Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to yet another session on polity and constitution. I hope I am audible as well as visible. Great. We'll wait, let others join, and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Naga, sir, how many classes? Plenty of classes left right now. We have around, I think, 12, 13 classes more. So, lot of classes left. Yes, Dilip. Even you can exclude NCRTs, not required. PYQ is still 2022 and mock tests. Very important. No, Priyanshu, that's not the case. In most cases, these people don't belong to any party. Yes, Vaishna, they are from the mayor and council, of course. Okay, Sneha, we'll address this concern of revision towards the end. Ask this question towards the end again, and I'll address this concern also. Okay, so let's do a quick recap. In the meantime, others will keep on joining. So, first up, yesterday we saw the issues pertaining to panchayats, a very important topic, and then we also saw uh, some positive impact on women, challenges pertaining to women, and some second ARC recommendations that have been given, which, if incorporated, will be able to enhance or improve the functioning of the panchayats, improve the use value of panchayats after all. Then we also saw the municipalities, the entire structure of municipalities, which is largely along the same lines as we have for the panchayats, barring a couple of differences in reservation, etc. Then we saw the structure of municipalities, corporation, council, nagar panchayats, and what is the pattern: mayor and council, standing committee, municipal commissioner's office, also MPC, DPC, the Metropolitan Planning Committee, the District Planning Committee. Now we look into, we also saw some issues pertaining to municipalities. Now we look at some suggestions, and that will be it. We'll be done with our topic, panchayats and municipalities, and we'll begin our discussion on judiciary. So, let's begin now. But of course, first up, we'll have 5 questions for the day. And for those people who are saying not visible, not audible, refresh once again. No excuses. And we'll start the test in at the count of 10. Okay, let's start. We know the deal. Questions, 45 seconds. Mark the right answer. Okay, so C is the right answer. With reference to DPC, that is the District Planning Committee, consider the following statements. The 74th Amendment Act is correct. Of course, one is correct. One is correct. Remove this. 4/5 members of DPC are nominated by the governor. 4/5, not 4/5 are nominated, right? It is the smaller number which is actually nominated. In case of both DPC and MPC, 1/5 and 1/3 are nominated. Okay, so 1/5 are nominated. 2 is wrong. Remove 2. It has representation from both rural and urban population. Of course, it has representation from both rural and urban population. Members from both the panchayats and the municipalities. 3 is correct. C, 1 and 3 only. Question number 2. Please mark the answer. So again, very few have got this correct. I'm not sure why. Possibly some of you again made a mistake here. If anyone has still made a mistake here, it's a crime. Please don't. The first rural self-government was established in Madras. It's not the rural, it was the urban self-government. Municipal corporation was established in Madras. So one is wrong. Okay. Now, Rajasthan became the first state in independent India in which the panchayat was established. Of course, Rajasthan was the first state. Nagaur district. 2 is correct. The PRIs got constitutional status in 1990. Which year? It was a 73rd Amendment Act, but of 92. 1 and 3 are wrong. C, 1 and 3 only. Are you clear? So that is there. Moving on to the third question. I'll give you a minute for this question. Please read properly and then mark the answer. Very few got this correct. A lot of you fell prey to this very simple point, which I'll explain now. On the premature dissolution of panchayats before its end of tenure, which of the following statements about the newly elected panchayats is definitely incorrect? Firstly, incorrect. Okay. So if a panchayat is dissolved prematurely, there are only two situations. Number one, the newly formed panchayat will be reconstituted to serve the remainder period, yes or no? Or the other situation can be if less than 6 months are left, then no election will take place. Do you remember this? If less than 6 months are left, no need for elections. So, no fresh elections shall take place for remainder of the term. This is also possible. Definitely incorrect. So, this is partially correct, partially incorrect, depending on situation. But the first one is definitely incorrect. A new Lok Sabha does not, a new Panchayat does not get full 5 years, and the State Assembly has no role to play in deciding what happens. Okay? That is why these two statements are definitely, that is why this word Sai Dinesh, Vamsi, please hear me out. That is why this word definitely was mentioned. No fresh election shall take place is not something definitely wrong. Is it definitely wrong? Of course not, right? First and fourth statements are definitely wrong. In any case, whether the election takes place after 1 day, 100 days, it does not matter. 1 and 4 will always be wrong. Clear? So, understanding of the question was a key here, and definitely correct was a very, or incorrect was a very important statement to understand. Clear? So 1 and 4 will be a part of the answer. B, 1 and 4 only. Okay. So 2 and 3 are correct. Both the things can happen. Okay. Moving on to the fourth question. Again, focus on options also. I'll give you 45 seconds. It is very important to focus on options in UPSC. Try to always eliminate, always go the elimination route. Yashika, in 1687 in Madras, we had a municipal corporation, not a rural local administration. Urban local administration. Municipal corporation was urban administration. Okay, great. Again, this question depended on your guaranteed elimination more than selecting the right answer. Okay. And this is very common in UPSC. You may find sometimes some very unique kind of statement, but eliminate. Which of the following is or are not an essential feature? Not an essential feature. We know very well, two central ideas are people's participation and democratic decentralization. Beyond that, everything else is not essential. Centralization of decision making is exactly opposite to decentralization. So this has to be wrong. 3 is definitely wrong. It is exactly opposed to the essence of panchayats or local administration. Yes or no, everyone? Remove 3. This is gone. This is gone. Now 2 has to be correct. Don't worry about 2. Read 1 only. Active participation of the citizenry. Citizenry refers to the entire group of citizens, is called citizenry. Okay. So 1 has to be correct. People's participation, and hence C is the right answer. And increased accountability of the administration has to be right because the option says so. Are we clear on this? So, oh, sorry, my bad. So, not an essential feature. This means my bad. Not an essential feature. This means that 3, which is wrong, has to be a part of the answer, which is this. And coming to the statement 1, which is correct, 1 can never be a part of this answer. Sorry, just the opposite. Not an essential feature. So 1 can never be a part of this answer. So 1 has to be removed, and 3 has to be a part of this answer, because 3 is exactly opposite to decentralization. Right? I hope now it's okay. Everyone? Explanation as well? So B 3 only. Why? Because B is exactly opposed to what is the essential idea. Great. And see, sometimes I also, while reading the question, fall prey to all this. So while I make the questions, then also. Anyway, last question for today. 45 seconds only, easy question. Again, read the statement carefully. Yes, Abhishek, rightfully so. Yashika, increasing accountability of the administration or government towards people can be seen as an important element, but normally it is not seen as a very essential feature, actually, frankly. It can be seen as a part of democratic decentralization. When you decentralize, give power to people. In that sense, yes. Okay, this was an easy question, so clearly shows a lot of you got this correct. Which of the following is or are not a compulsory provision? So, organization of Gram Sabha is actually a compulsory provision. We have to have a Gram Sabha. Remember, 3-tier, 4 institutions. It is mandatory. So, one has to be removed. Now it's either 2 or 3. Again, SFC is a mandatory provision. Please write the article for SFC. Come on, write the article. State Finance Commission, which article? Okay. Don't use small, use a capital letter. Small and capital have a difference. Small letter is a clause, capital letter is a separate article, 243I. So 2 also is compulsory, can't be a part of the answer. So B 3 only, of course, giving representation to MPs, MLAs, MLCs. This is actually not a compulsory provision. This is for the state legislatures to decide by law. Are we clear? What happened, Yashika? Every question you have some issue. Second option, C, increased accountability of the administration. Understand this statement now. For others also, let's understand this concept. The idea of panchayats is democratic decentralization, meaning the center or states, any centralized agency which controls power, it could be state government or central government, it has to share power, devolve power. Okay? This also incorporates a very important element of accountability of the administration. So, in that sense, it may be seen as a part of democratic decentralization. It may be. Okay. So, that's there. Clear on this now? All 5 questions done. This is Article 243I, not 243K. So, 243K is basically for State Election Commissioner. Please don't be confused. 2 separate articles. Okay. Let's begin our discussion now. Of course, leaderboard will be shown. Don't worry. Only 2 people got all 5 correct. All new faces. Prem and Sushmit. Very good here. Sai Dinesh, Venkat Nalla, Yash, Ravi, Nitish, Jyoti, Umang, Vaishna, Avni, Vamsi. 4 correct. Others getting 3 correct. Okay. Don't worry. We have a few more questions. Let's see what the leaderboard stands out as towards the end of our discussion. Moving on now to understanding the second ARC recommendations. Today's questions were tricky, slightly, at least couple of them. So I fully understand. It's okay. Life is tough. Now, when it comes to second ARC recommendations, again the same old story. How to improve upon the condition of panchayats. So, first up, setting up a national commission. So, in our country, and you would observe, most of you who live especially in bigger cities, you will see that the bigger cities are not planned properly. There are some areas of your city which are completely crammed with people, traffic, etc. Especially older parts of the city. Now, this means the city was not planned at all, and unplanned cities result in complete havoc. And let me tell you something very frankly. People move from rural areas to urban areas in search of jobs and a better prospect for life. But poor, for the poor people, the life of an urban poor is way more difficult and challenging compared to a rural poor, at least in terms of daily hygiene, food hygiene, etc. It's a way more challenging thing. He or she may earn more money, but he stays there because he eventually wants to send money back home or wants to upgrade his lifestyle. But the bottom layer, at the village and at the city level, their lives are vastly different. And there's a misconception that all people in cities are having amazing lives. No, not all people. Not the bottom level. Of course not. That's there. In our country, we have actually never focused on urbanization. In fact, to tell you, there was one commission on urbanization. First commission in 1985. So first commission on urbanization was formed in 1985, way back in 1985. And that was chaired by Charles Correa, the famous architect. So all those people who are from Jaipur, they would know. In Jaipur, you have this at JLN, what is that place where you have the Jaipur Literature Festivals? I forgot the name of the place. So can somebody remind me? Those from Jaipur? At JLN, you have this place where you have the Jaipur Literature Festival. No idea. Not the Bill Auditorium. The Jaipur Literature Festival takes place at not the Diggy place, Ranthambore. We are going to Sawai Madhopur now. Let it be, ignore. Anyway, so basically, Charles Correa has been a very popular. Don't write Pushkar Jodhpur. I'm saying in Jaipur, there is a place where you have the Jaipur Literature Festival. I'm just forgetting the name of that particular place, where you normally have that. There's a lot of open theaters there near the Birla Temple, where you have the very famous, what is that, Pandit Ji Pav Bhaji Wala. Anyway, ignore it. Ignore it, ignore it, ignore it. Don't take guesses. Hotel Clark Amer is near GT, I think. Anyway, coming back to this point. So Charles Correa was a very famous architect. In short, just know this, okay? And under his chairmanship only, we had the first commission on urbanization, 1985. So back in 1985, we had the very first commission on urbanization. And then what happened was that afterwards, nothing was done with regards to urbanization. We discussed this yesterday also, that when it comes to, rural areas, the focus is extremely high on the rural areas. In fact, all the municipality provisions you see, they are just almost exactly the same provisions of panchayats with slight difference. That is why, people also say, the critics, that municipalities or the provisions of 74th Amendment Act, they are nothing but the same panchayat dish garnished with municipal sauce. There is some municipal sauce garnishing done. That's it. Nothing unique there. So that's there. Anyway, so we should now focus on the second National Commission on Urbanization. That is also a very important element that needs to be there. Now, second thing, members of MPC, members of DPC, they should be appointed by the State Election Commissioner. So as of now, members of MPC and DPC, they are, we know MPC, DPC, right? The Metropolitan Planning Committee, the District Planning Committee. So members of MPC and DPC, they should be appointed by the State Election Commissioner, not nominated by the government. That is very important, because we find that the government nominates some MLA, local politician as a member, expert member in the DPC, MPC. What is the expertise of the politician? He knows nothing about city administration. City administration is a very complicated exercise. Lakhs of people depend on resources, limited resources. Infrastructure has to be very important. Drainage system, water system, power shortages. So a city planning is a way more difficult job than say a rural planning. So of course it requires experts. So let the SEC appoint members of MPC and DPC. Then lot of functions are yet not devolved to the municipalities, like school education, public health, traffic management. So second ARC says that we should devolve these functions also to the municipalities, right? More and more functions to be devolved to municipalities. Again, the same logic, that we have to give more functions to panchayats and municipalities. Then one very important element, mayors. So as I said yesterday, in a lot of places, mayors are not elected directly by people. So second ARC says, to hold somebody accountable, it is very important that the post needs to be very strong. And for that, we also need to ensure that there is direct election, so that people can genuinely raise concerns and questions and they can get their issues addressed by the mayor. So we should go for direct election of the mayor. Then we also need to undertake comprehensive property tax reforms, right? Sanjay and Saloni, did you attend the class yesterday? Right? Yes or no? Now, coming to the fourth point, undertaking comprehensive property tax reforms. See, when it comes to the property being sold, especially in cities, the price rises there now, right? So what has happened is, and I'll give you an example of something which is very simple and which takes place always. Let's say there is a flat. You want to purchase a 2 BHK. A 2 BHK needs to be purchased. And let's say the price of this 2 BHK is 1 crore rupees. So whenever you purchase any property, you have to pay some property tax, around 6-7%, 5%, depending on which city or which state you are in. The state decides. Let us assume the tax that you have to pay, let's assume, is 10%. This means the cost of registering the property in your name is going to be how much? 10 lakh rupees. That is the cost of registering the property, which you ought to pay. This money will eventually go to the municipal corporation, which will be used by them to provide better services, cleaner streets, right? More greenery across the entire city, better street lighting conditions, cleaner drainages, all these things. But what we'll do is that when it comes to the registration of these properties, what is going to happen is, let's say I approach the builder. I have a lot of black money through corruption. So I'll say, Mr. Builder, do one thing. On paper, let us get the property registered at only 70 lakh rupees. I will give you 30 lakh rupees in cash. My black money is also used. And now the property rate on paper is 70 lakhs. The government can only charge 10% on 70 lakhs, which is what? 7 lakhs. Loss of how much? 3 lakh rupees. This is what basically happens when it comes to the property tax. So this is how people save on property tax. And the bigger issue is that tax is based on guidelines of the place. What is the meaning of this? And this is based on, again, a very improper behavior of the people in the office, the registrar office, the municipal commissioner's office also. How do you register a property at such low rate? When you see, let's say there's a huge society, 2,000 flats. Every flat is being sold at 95 lakhs, 1 crore, 1.05 crore. Suddenly a flat registration comes at 70 lakh rupees. Don't you think there is a red flag there? You should focus on this. Why 70 lakh rupees? Are you and builder best friends, childhood friends? Of course, there is something fishy going on, but you just bribe them, get the property registered, save on taxes. So the more focused we are on evading or preventing the evasion of taxes, more money will be collected by the municipalities, which will eventually result in better facilities for us only. Lesser money with municipalities, meaning what? We get affected eventually. So when we save our taxes, and don't worry, it is mainly politicians and government employees. Private sector employee, he has no scope to save taxes and all. It's all very clear. No bribe for private sector employee. That's it. So this is again a challenge. We have to be more focused on that. We have to also ensure that the comprehensive reforms take place. The property tax rates keep on increasing depending on the area, depending on the state, etc. All these things. Then there is an Article 276 in the Indian Constitution. This article allows the state government to impose something called professional tax. So all those people who are working professionals here, income taxpayers, you will see in your salary slip, there is something called professional tax which is being deducted. Now, professional tax has an upper limit. All people involved in some kind of profession, they have to pay this tax. Current limit. Current limit is actually 2,500 rupees per year. So you will not be charged more than 2,500 rupees. Okay. So it basically depends. In some states, they charge one time 2,500 rupees in the month of, say, August maybe. In some other states, they charge 200 rupees per month. In some states, they may charge 600 rupees per quarter. How they deduct the money is not of our interest, but the limit is there that you cannot charge more than 2,500 rupees per year on a professional tax. This limit was or is there since 1988. Mind you, since 1988, right? And it's been so many years now. Second ARC said, enhance, increase the upper limit. Ceiling means limit. Upper limit has to be increased because eventually if you tax more, the money goes to municipal corporation's account and it can be spent properly. And just to add a point here, the 14th Finance Commission, it had recommended increase to at least 12,000 per year, per annum. That was it. This is what is enhancing the limit on professional tax. Again, the point being more money for the panchayats, more money for the municipalities, so that they are not dependent on the state government for funds. We want them to generate their own revenue, own resources. Then one more thing, enhancing fines for civic offenses. What is a civic offense? Like spitting on the road, jumping the signal, etc. These are civic offenses. Yes. Illegal parking, wrong entry, no entry, triple riding without helmet, all that. Great, amazing. Now the problem here is, this idea is very nice that we should increase more the fines more and more, but there is a limit to how much can you increase the fine to. I'll tell you why. let us assume, example, if not wearing a helmet attracts a fine of 100 rupees, let's assume that it may be different in different states, and you are not wearing a helmet because your hairstyle may get spoiled or whatever reason, you are way more willing to immediately give the policeman the fine, that okay, take fine, I don't bribe people, I don't bribe at all. But if you increase a fine to 1,000 rupees, then some people may be inclined to bribe the policeman, that take 500 sir, rather than paying 1,000 rupees, right? And if you further increase the fine to 10,000 people, then your nationalism, your patriotism dies its natural death. You will say, no, please take bribe only, I can't pay 10,000 rupees. So eventually you will find that if you increase the fines too much, the fine collection comes down, because now people feel more comfortable in bribing the policeman. So this is a suggestion, but there's a break-even point. You simply cannot keep on increasing fines. Beyond a certain limit, you'll find that the collection comes down, and it is actually a very important part of revenue for municipal corporations. So sometime you must have seen, normally police, the traffic constables are not there on the road. They are sitting enjoying their life. Suddenly on a few days of the month, especially on a quarter, end of the quarter, they are very active, hiding behind the bushes, and then they jump, take your key and run away. Now come on, start chasing them. Why are they active on few days only? Because they have a target to achieve, fines to collect. So they also have a target, quarterly target, half-yearly target, annual target, right? And especially in those days of targets, they will not accept bribes, because they have to show the challans that they have collected. Otherwise, they'll accept bribes. And I'm sure a lot of you must have paid bribe in your life. This is almost a surety here, right? So, and I won't ask you what is the minimum. Okay, please write. Let's see. What has been the minimum bribe somebody has paid? Minimum amount of bribe, not maximum, minimum. Anybody paying less than 100 rupees of bribe? 500 is too much. Somebody says 10 rupees. 10 rupees of bribe. 5 rupees, I don't believe. 5 rupees, what is 5 rupees? 10, 25 rupees. 50 rupees. Okay. Some have not paid, but others have paid. Rice. Oh, somebody gave rice also. Okay. Anyway, great, amazing. So quite a lot of variation in the bribe. 10 rupees local cold drink. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Oh, somebody has sticker of advocate, so no one catches me. Of course. Yes, I mean, it depends on which area you are in. Policemen will accept everything and anything. They may accept Maggie pack. I have seen cases of students telling me, sir, Maggie packet was taken from me. I had a real juice bottle. Police took that also. 2 cigarettes were there, took that also. It all depends, right? So anyway, oh, somebody has just paid bribe yesterday. Amazing. Great. Biryani given. Okay, enough. Don't write all this openly. Paying bribe is also an offense. Please understand. Under the Prevention of Corruption Act, paying bribe is an offense which attracts jail sentence. Okay. So that is how patriotism ends for our civil servants or aspirants. Now everybody is joking. Wait, good joke. So this is also there. But as I said, this idea is very good, enhancing fines for civic offences. But there's a break-even point. Beyond that, you simply cannot, increase the fines. Then, municipality should also be allowed, or encouraged rather, to access money through bonds. What is bond? Bond is a debt instrument which is raised to collect money. For example, there are various municipal corporations which issue bonds. So in your economics class, you'll be studying about bonds. To just give you a simple idea, let's say this is a piece of paper. On this, 105 rupees is mentioned. I am telling you, take this piece of paper, give me 100 rupees right now. After 1 year, bring this piece of paper to me. I will give you back 105 rupees. So I am collecting 100 rupees from you, and later on I am giving you back 105 rupees. So you earn an interest of 5 rupees. That is called bond yield. So all these not of importance here, but just to give an example. Various municipal corporations, for example, Surat, Ahmedabad, even places like Pune, Indore, Hyderabad, most recently Lucknow, all these municipal corporations in these cities, they are actually running some kind of municipal bond, selling bonds, right? That's there. And finally, again, to increase or generate more revenue, we need to encourage especially bigger municipalities to run some kind of service. Bus service can be run. A very good example is in Mumbai, the best bus service in Mumbai. Now, it is not best in terms of quality. Best stands for Brihan Mumbai Electric Supply and Transport. That is best. Okay, it is not best in quality. I mean, it may be, I'm not sure. So this is with respect to the second ARC recommendations. Okay, so that is there. All these ways and means to earn revenue, resources, etc., to improve the conditions of municipalities. I think if public servants not corrupt, then it is really tough for them to survive because everyone is corrupt. They can't accept not corrupt person. They will hinder his work. Snehalata, why this anger? What is this logic that public servants have to be corrupt? It is because public servants are corrupt that people have to pay bribe. And see, if you pay bribe, it gives a lot of power to the corrupt public servant. And I'll tell you a very simple logic. This is called speed money. For all those people who have your driving licenses or any such document, caste certificate, income certificate, you don't want to stand the queue, the long queue, right? You pay money. That is called speed money. White corruption. People promote it. They want it. You apply for a passport. The policeman comes for verification. If you're not in a hurry, why should you pay a bribe? Let the work be done on time, on its own scheduled time. But no, I want my passport immediately. When the policeman comes, sir, some sweets for kids, 500 rupees. We are promoting it. If everybody stops doing it, then they will know very well that I have to perform based on merit. Simply, I need not take a bribe. So it's both. They should stop taking bribes. We should stop paying bribes. It's a joint effort. Okay. Is it possible for a civil servant to live normally without corruption? A lot of them live without corruption. Yes, Neha, in mains you have to write all these points. That is why you're mugging up all these things. These are meant for mains. Surveer, why second national commission? See, first commission was formed in 85. Its recommendations have been accepted, have been rejected. They are old now. Things have changed from 1985 to 2023. Things have changed drastically. So we need a new commission on urbanization to incorporate newer elements, newer aspects. Something as unique as installing CCTVs. That is something we could not think of in 1980s, but now I think it's mandatory. Okay. So that's it. Swarufuddin, first ARC recommendations are not at all important anywhere. Not at all important anywhere. Even if you quote it, the evaluator will get confused. What the hell is this? I'm sure he does not even know what is the first ARC recommendation. They are so old. 1960s recommendations, not applicable now. Most of them have been implemented already, right? Okay, second ARC recommendations, yes, they are still intact, and a lot of recommendations make sense. So we should please read, mug up all these recommendations and write in the examination as suggestions. Are you clear? Yes, Aditya, there is a limit. It varies from state to state and depending on the nature of crime also. Okay. So that's all as far as our recommendations for municipalities are concerned. Now, there are various types of urban local governments. Municipalities are under chapter 39 in Lakshmikant. If you want to read on this, feel free to read from your book. Types of urban local governments. It is not important for the examination. Not a single question has ever been asked from this topic in the last 20-25 years in UPSC. If in some mock test they're asking, we can do nothing about it. This is just a wastage of time. Don't waste time in all this basic information. It is of no concern to us for the examination. Still, if you want to read it, feel free, read from the book. Are we clear? So that's there. Now, before we end our discussion on municipalities, let me just also give you some points on the 15 Finance Commission recommendations. So the idea is to provide money to panchayats and municipalities. Center says take money, but when we give money, it has to be used properly, right? So for the next 5 years, that is from 2021 to 26. Not to confuse you, let's write like this. The center has said, or the Finance Commission has recommended, and center has accepted that 4.36 lakh crores will be given to both municipalities as well as panchayats in the ratio of almost 2:1. Roughly the ratio of 2:1. Roughly. Okay. Of this, very important, around 70,000 crore rupees to be spent on health. So we hopefully will see a large scale expenditure on health. LSG stands for local self governance. Okay. So this is there. So remember this figure, it can be quoted in your answers. It could have a very nice impact that you know the exact figure. So the exact figure was 4,36,361 crores. Just quote this figure, 4.36 lakh crores, or you can also simply say over 4 lakh crore rupees have been granted, or the grants have been approved by the central government to panchayats and municipalities for the next 5 years. Okay. Now, how to spend this money? So the money coming to panchayats and municipalities, 60% money from the total money received. 60% will have to be spent by every panchayat, every municipality on national priorities, drinking water supply, sanitation, rainwater harvesting, all these things. Remaining 40% you can spend on your own, untied. Can spend on their own, which is an amazing amount, because just yesterday we were discussing how every scheme is imposed on the panchayats and money is sent and panchayats were told implement. So they could not decide on how we would be able to make schemes, programs, policies for our own betterment. How do we decide that? Everything comes with some kind of attachment, a tied fund, 10 crores, but spending on that only. Otherwise, sorry, money goes away. So that is there. Okay. Now, the government also has said, basically the Finance Commission, that for municipal corporations, the bigger ones, here we have chosen 50 million plus cities. What is million? 10 lakh. So top 50 most populated cities, for them, they have to also focus on improving the air quality. So 1/3 of the total money that they will receive, they have to spend on improving the air quality in those cities. Because of course, in the cities, air quality is a big challenge. So they have to achieve the ambient air quality based on whatever identifiable parameters are there that are given. You have to achieve that air quality index also. The remaining 2/3 spend on same thing: drinking water, sanitation, etc. Sanitation, etc. Are you clear on this? So yes, Delhi, Bihar, UP, even in South, say cities like Mumbai, etc. Every such big city which is highly crowded and populated, the air quality is very bad. Yes, Hyderabad, of course. Bigger cities will have this problem. Too much of population, too many vehicles, so it is bound to happen. Nothing unique about it. Okay, so that's there. So this fund is now going to come. Now, very important. See, how is money to be given? Of course, it will be based on population and the size. So more money to be given to larger areas, more money to be given to populated areas. Of course, it goes without saying. Apart from this, a very, very important element, because we are now saying 40% funds are going to be untied, free, enjoy. It is not meant for your personal use. It is meant for spending for public only. So we want you to show where you are spending money. Mandatory publishing of audit reports in public domain. Okay. So it is now mandatory. If not published, next installment or next tranche not to be devolved. Are we clear on this? Are we clear on this? If you are not showing where you have spent money, proper audited report, I will, or the central government says, we will not release the funds. So grants that are being sent, this 4.36 lakh crores, they are now linked to you making available the entire expenditure data on public domain. Whatever means possible. Publish in the newspaper, on your website, we don't care. We want to know how much money you are spending on what all things. If you don't publish it, next year's grant will not be received. Sorry, we won't send it. So that is a very progressive step taken by the government. And just to tell you, back say in the 12th Finance Commission, their allocation was roughly 54 rupees per capita, per person per annum. In the 15th Finance Commission, this allocation to an individual, if you take out the entire calculation, it comes down to 674 rupees per person per year. Now the central government is sending 674 rupees every person every year. Clear? So of course it has drastically increased also. Allocation per person is also increasing. So that's there. Just to summarize this, don't feel very happy about this. Oh, government, such nice government, spending so much money on panchayats. All these central governments, they make all these hefty promises that yes, yes, we'll send money. But we have always seen that what they promise is never received at the panchayat and municipality ends. However, a very, very crucial aspect of it, the actual amount disbursed in the past also, it has always fallen short of promised amount. In case of panchayats, for example, in case of panchayats, we have found that roughly 5 to 18% shortfall is there. So if the government has said that this year we are giving 100 rupees, they will only give 95 rupees. Or if say they are saying this year they'll give 100 rupees, they may only give 90 rupees, 85 rupees. That has been the situation. And for municipalities, this shortfall ranges to roughly 10 to 18%. Okay, so this is Aksa. No, I mean, it is not just all talk. Money will come, but again, we also have to place the onus on the PRI, Panchayati Raj institution members also, right? That you also have to function and perform. Without that, if we keep on sending money, we don't even know whether the money is reaching the right beneficiary or not, or is it only ending up in the pocket of rich and elite people of the village or the cities, which is what happens largely. So this is there. That's all as far as the panchayats and municipalities is concerned. We are done with this topic, a very important topic. Question in mains will be asked, and from the slides itself, you will be able to address any kind of concern if you mug up all the points. Just incorporate current affairs. That should suffice. Nothing beyond this can be asked, because a question on panchayats, municipalities will always be asked on one thing only: issues, concerns, suggestions. That's it. Nothing else. Or maybe a generic question, benefits of local self-governance, which we'll discuss shortly. So, what is the significance, the importance of panchayats after all? What exactly is the importance of panchayat? We say that the principal idea of panchayat is, or local self-governance is people participating, democratic decentralization, giving up power to the local bodies. We say it's the best school of democracy, where people learn the importance of democracy. People are the rightful makers, masters of the destiny. All this is very nice. As Gandhiji said that real Swaraj will come not by the acquisition of authority by few, but by the acquisition of capacity by all to resist authority when abused. So we have to just let people acquire that capacity to resist any kind of authority, rich, elite class, etc., etc. Okay. So it's the bedrock of democracy, the base of democracy. In fact, it is also said that any system of government at the top, it can never be successful until and unless it is premised, it is built on a very sound foundation below. Panchayats, municipalities form the sound foundation. Base is strong. So everything becomes very easy for the central government, right? Direct democracy. Of course, at least for especially panchayats, where you have proper Gram Sabha, the Gram Sabha meetings take place, then it's a more capable form of government. Why? Because of local interest. Because of local knowledge. People are way more aware of their surroundings. People are way more aware and way more interested in improving their locality. The smaller area, the attachment is way bigger, right? So people may take steps to actually improve the condition of that area. Then it's a more economical form of government, of course, cheaper human resource. Local availability of people, local availability of resources of any kind, of course, will be cheap. Then there is also a very important element of constant vigilance. We cannot see how is the central government performing in some other state, but in my state, in my small area, I can very well evaluate the performance of a municipality or the panchayat. If I say live in Delhi, I don't know what is happening in Chennai, or I don't know what is happening in Guwahati. But if I live in, say, Dimapur, I know very well what is happening there. What is the performance of local government there? I cannot really have any kind of knowledge apart from some basic reading of some material on what is happening in some city in Madhya Pradesh. So, sustained vigilance. Okay, that's it. Then it also reduces the burden of the higher levels of governance. As I said, that when it comes to think of your personal studies only. Let us say your base is very strong in, say, topics like history, geography, polity, etc. It's easy for you to grasp concepts, right? Or simple example, let's say your schooling, in your school days, your maths was very strong. CSAT for you is a piece of cake. Same thing, if at the ground level there is equality, the caste divide is not there, rich poor divide is not there, then it becomes very easy for the government to devolve power, devolve resources. Otherwise, what will happen? If there is complete monopoly of few people in a particular village or a city, whatever money I send will only end up in their houses. So, if the lower levels of governance are functioning effectively, then my task at the top also becomes very easy. That is why we have to always improve the panchayats and municipalities, the local administrative units. Then also sensitizing local bureaucracy. So what does this mean? Local bureaucracy. For most of you, and trust me, this is going to happen. For most of you who clear the examination, say an IAS, IPS officer, you will not get your state. It's not possible. The allocation is always 2:1. For every 3 people who are sent to a state as an IAS, IPS officer, 2 are outsiders. Okay? So in all likelihood, you will not be getting your state because more people are placed outside the state. So, sensitizing local bureaucracy, meaning what? You are an outsider. In most cases, all the bureaucrats there are outsiders. Be it the BDO, be it the DMDC, they don't belong to the area. How will you as an outsider know or understand the problems, the challenges faced by the people of the area? If I have been living in Kerala all my life, I do not really know the challenges that people face in Haryana. Their way of life is different, right? Their challenges are different. The environment there is different. Who will tell me whether my policies are in the right direction or not? The local people there. The local people will sensitize us to towards the local needs, local aspirations, local expectations, etc. Okay. Suddenly, forget cadre allocation. The moment I mention something which is against your expectation, you go crazy. Cadre allocation. It's okay. That is why study well, get the best possible rank, and then your chances increase of getting your home cadre. There is no guarantee of getting your home cadre. Are we clear on this? Don't have this expectation. And what is this home cadre? You are a citizen of the country. You want to serve in your home state only or what? See, that is the purpose of an All India servant. Please understand. The definition of All India servant is this. You study this in your governance classes. This is a definition of All India servant. They are people who are ultimately owing allegiance to center, but are scattered all across the country. Okay? So, and the idea is that we want to, ensure national unity. That is why this All India service, which was largely Indian Civil Service, ICS and IP. So before 1948, we used to call them ICS and IP, Indian Civil Service and Indian Police. So we only had two All India services, IAS and IPS. Indian Forest Services joined in 1966. Almost every member of the Constituent Assembly in the Assembly, while we make the Constitution, was against this, right? Against this concept, because they hated the civil servants. Nehru himself said this, taking from the leaf of Winston Churchill, that Indian civil service, neither civil nor service, and don't call them Indians. They're all foreigners, is what they felt. Despite that, it was the untiring efforts of one individual, Sardar Patel. Because of him, we have All India services. Otherwise, we would not have All India services. Most states don't like this. That is why there's a very famous line by this poet called Josh Malihabadi, who wrote this when he said that it's in Hindustani, that Shaitan ek raat mein insaan ban gaye. Devils have become humans overnight. When the entire assembly approved that we should have All India services, people said, how could you do this? It is the same civil servants who have harassed us, who have helped the Britishers in continuing with their rule in the country. So things change. We now understand the importance of All India services, etc. So ignore that cadre policy. Okay? Focus on clearing the examination first, and then cadre policy will come later on. Okay. Now, apart from this, effective local self-governance. If, as I said, local self-governance is extremely effective and efficient, only then can decentralization actually become a reality. Otherwise, if I know very well that the local government is ineffective, I will never devolve power. I will only devolve power if I am very confident on the improved performance of the local self-government. Okay. Anshu, what exactly is the concern? Please refer. A random vague statement may not make any sense to me. And lastly, these people are in a much better position to recognize and tap talent and resources. The local talent, local resource, they are in a much better position to take full advantage of local resources, the local people there. Otherwise, the local resources may get neglected. So these are the importance, the significance of panchayats and municipalities. If a question is asked on writing about importance, we write the significance. Right? So this is all that is there as far as our panchayats and municipalities are concerned. Aditya sir, decentralization really necessary? This is what I mean. You are showcasing that same central idea. Why not? I mean, because of this diversity, why do we have to always have a centralized tendency joining the mainstream? See, the idea has to be appreciating diversity, right? This homogeneous may not really be required. Every place has its own, way of life. Every area has its own issues, concerns, expectations, aspirations, and we have to treat people and places differently. For that, we have to devolve power, decentralize power, give up power to states also. I'm not saying that let all the panchayats have their own armed forces. No, some things require central control, but a lot of other things don't really require the central control. Okay, so that is all as far as the significance is concerned. So just to repeat quickly, it's a bedrock, the base Geography, bedrock, base of democracy. It is where democracy starts. Best school of democracy, direct participation. Then it is direct democracy, at least for panchayats, gram sabha, a more capable form of government, a more efficient form of government is there, because people are there who have a interest, my village, my colony, my ward, my town, right? Then more economical, availability of cheaper resources locally available there, we can use them. People living in that area can keep a very strict vigilance, control, command, accountability uh, over the locally elected people. I cannot go and meet the MLA every time, it's not possible, but I can always go and meet the ward councillor. What is he or she doing? So again, the ease is also there. Then when the performance at the lower levels is amazing, then at the higher levels, central government, state governments, their performance basically, becomes easier. Their task is easier now, because at the base, the system functions perfectly well. I have no problems. I can send money, 10 crore rupees. I know very well the money I send will meet the intended beneficiary. It will not be gobbled up by the intermediaries or the rich and elite landowners of any village or any particular area. Then local bureaucracy, the local administration, the executive, who are largely outsiders, they also get to know what the people want, their expectation, their aspirations, through what? Through the local people only, through these panchayat members, through these block members. Then effective local self-governance. If the local self-governance is actually effective, if the panchayats, municipalities are effective, right, then we also have to ensure that, or we need not rather ensure, and we need not worry about decentralization. We can freely give up power. We know when we give them any task to perform, they'll perform very well. Our burden is also reduced. And of course, as I said, local people are in a better position to recognize the local talent available, local resources available there, and they can be tapped. Full use of local resources can take place. Otherwise, they may get neglected. Okay, that's all. Let's now look at some questions that came in the previous years. For example, a question in 2020. The strength and sustenance of local institutions. Local institutions. It actually means panchayats and municipalities. Okay. In India, has shifted from their formative earlier phase of functions, functionaries, and funds to the current contemporary stage of functionality. So originally the focus was on 3 F's. Now the focus is on functionality, the use value, the importance, highlight the critical challenges faced by local institutions in terms of their functionality in recent times. Tell me, what is the problem here? In the introduction, mention about mention about the 73rd and the 74th Amendment Act of 1992. Maybe you can start with a quote from Gandhiji, right? Then in the body, talk about how originally the big issue was 3 F's. 3 F's: functions, functionaries, and funds. And then talk about the issue of functionality. All other things that we have seen, right from the very first point, the lack of political will, bureaucratic will, elections getting delayed, the narrow vision of service delivery, organization structure, proxy candidates, assertive Dalits, everything, as many points as you can remember. Write them, and then in the conclusion, what do you write? Suggestions, which you can incorporate. Second, ARC suggestions. As simple as that. A straightforward question. What is the need to study any book for this? Not required. Just mug up 20 slides and your task is done. And this is a story every year from panchayats, municipalities. That is why I say, please understand the idea that static portion is what is going to fetch you marks. Don't obsess with current affairs, because there is a limitation to what current affairs can provide. Okay, clear on this? Shruti, in conclusion, see, I said this earlier also. Introduction cannot be in points. Conclusion can be in points. Okay, it depends on you. Keha, functionality. See, functionality, use value. Just refer to the last slide on panchayat issues. Every other issue except 3 Fs you can mention there. Functionality of panchayat. What is the use value, importance of panchayat? If we have so many problems in panchayats, then are we able to effectively utilize the panchayats or not, is a bigger question. So all the issues that we have seen, mention. Okay. Yes, you can write body in points, conclusion. In fact, preference, always prefer writing in points. Okay. So, sir, can you please write quote of Gandhiji? Quote of Gandhiji. I should write. It will take some time. Why don't I dictate the quote? As far as I can remember, you write down. You can Google search for the quote. So one quote I was just quoting a couple of minutes ago was this, that real Swaraj will come not by the acquisition of authority by a few. If you just write this on Google, you will get a quotation. Yes, Abhishek. Day-to-day administration of panchayats and contribution towards improving lives of people. Okay, one more question. So this is a very interesting question, because nowadays UPSC what it is doing is it is mixing two issues, women-centric issues with some administrative issue, like this one. The reservation of seats for women in the institutions of local self-government has had a limited impact on the patriarchal character of the Indian political process. Comment. Just comment on this line. Explain this line. Reservation of seats. Do we have reservation? Yes or no? Of course we do. In the local self-government for women? Yes or no? Yes, we do. But despite this reservation, it has had a limited impact on the patriarchal character. What is patriarchy? What is patriarchy? Patriarchy is where men, is a form of society where men make most of the decisions. That is what is called a patriarchy, as opposed to matriarchy. So any society where men dominate, a male-dominated society, is called a patriarchy. So despite this reservation, has it really changed the patriarchy? Of course not. All the issues that women face, write those issues. So this is not just a question on panchayats. It's actually a question on women's issues, right? Now, how will you frame this question? Answer. Intro. Give some facts on reservation. You can say, with the 73rd, 74th Amendment Act, reservations being provided, and 21 states have increased to 50%, which amounts to almost 46% women becoming elected representatives in the body. 2 parts. Write about the issues. What are the issues? We have seen those issues. Okay, you can add other issues also, and then also write about what else. What can be the benefits seen so far because of women's reservation? Clear? And in the conclusion, give some suggestions. Education levels should be improved. Transparency on sarpanch or panchayat pati, that should be there. A very simple solution for transparency there is video recording the panchayat meetings. That's it. Video record the meetings of panchayats and make the video recordings available in public domain. We know very well what to do, right? Then also education level for people, slowly and steadily they have to agree to also understand that women can take up such roles, because the idea being that this concept needs to be spread far and wide, that men and women may be different in terms of various elements, but not in terms of their emotional or say intellectual capacity. Physical capacity, of course, right? But intellectual capacity, there is no difference. So this is an intellectual work. So of course we should not shy away from taking orders from women, all such things. And then things like removing two-child policy, right? Then providing for effective measures to ensure security of women, all these things. Those can be your suggestions. In fact, when you study your social issues topic from paper 1, you will get lot of points on how to improve the conditions of women in general. So this is more of a combination. They have just made panchayats as a reference, but the real idea is to improve the condition of women in such a fashion that it reflects in changing the patriarchal character of the society also in general, and especially of the Indian political process. Now, some of you may say, sir, but I want to disagree from this. You cannot, because the statement is correct. Despite having reservation in local levels, how many women get seats in Vidhan Sabha, in Lok Sabha? Less than 15%. So even though we have had reservations at the lower level, it has not translated to higher levels. And then the concept of 3Bs, remember? Beti, Bahu, Bivi, that concept is there. So this is how you address the concerns of these questions. Yes, 4Bs, 3Bs. The original idea is 3Bs, but we can write 4Bs also. Yes, Preetham, you can put this in the introduction also. Somalia, men-centric women's identity. What is the meaning of this? Too complicated a sentence. Okay. Yes, Naga, we discussed this yesterday about the proxy candidates. Mention this also. Video recordings available online on the state, whatever is the state government's panchayat website. Make it available on public domain. At least photographs of meetings should be there. Yes, Yashika. Bivi Beti is a common Hindi term. There is no problem writing these terms. Okay, that's it. Let's now move on and understand their. Oh, Somalia. So you have mentioned this 3Bs. Move on and understand about the judiciary. Right? By far very interesting, and also a topic wherein we will be critical of judiciary, but within limited, reasonable limits. We will not cross the limit and foundation of being critical, because if we become too critical, then there is a possibility of contempt of court against us. Okay, so yesterday I had said that break in two parts voting. But if I take the poll on this, the entire leaderboard will get spoiled, because then the topper thing changes for the leaderboard, right? So this is a current leaderboard and this is the final leaderboard for the day. Let's see. Start a new poll. 10 seconds. Two options. See, that bigger question is, people want two different breaks of 5 or 7 minutes each. If you want two breaks, please type A. Total time of breaks will not cross 14-15 minutes. If you want just one break of 15 minutes, please type B. Okay. Oh, sorry, don't type. Take the poll. Sorry, guys. Extremely sorry for those who wanted two breaks and more enjoyment. Democracy wins. Hands down. This is like too much of majority. So I don't want to break your heart, but let's accept. So now, judiciary, three courts at the lower level, the subordinate courts, where you have subordinate courts are also called trial courts. So if in the course of my discussion, I make a statement, trial court, then please understand we are referring to the lower courts. Okay, then high courts, we have 25 high courts in the country, and then one Supreme Court in the country. This is the current situation. Let us now put an end to the break thing, because clearly most people don't really want the break, two breaks, they want one break only. Let's please focus on studying now. Now, in the course of our discussion, if I ever mention apex court, I am referring to the Supreme Court. Okay? But let us say I make a statement. The apex court of the state. Apex court of the state. So this word apex is the highest, topmost. So apex court of state also refers to high court. So understand the meaning of apex. That is more important. Okay. Starting with our very first topic, that is Supreme Court. Supreme Court comes under part 5 only, articles 124 to 147, because 148 is what? CAG. And what is article 123? Tell me please. Article 123, what is that? Okay, fair enough. Ordinances, great. So ordinances end, next chapter starts. We have article 124. Supreme Court, one more thing. Whenever you go and read the Constitution, if you find a reference being made to what we say is a federal court, so Supreme Court was the federal court. 1937 to 1950, it was known as the federal court. Finally, on the 28th of January 1950, we established the Supreme Court of the country. Are we clear on this? So that's there. Date of establishment. Now we look at all the articles one by one, starting with article 124. Clause 1. What is article 124 clause 1? This article relates to the number of judges in the Supreme Court. So originally, and the article also says, we will have CJI. What is CJI? Chief Justice of India plus 7 Supreme Court judges. CJI, Chief Justice of India. So originally, how many courts? How many judges? 8 judges were there originally, 1950. But if you want to increase the judges, how to do it? Parliament bylaw. What is bylaw? What is meant by bylaw? Simple majority. So Parliament bylaw can increase the judges and can prescribe the number. And there is a law in the country, Supreme Court Number of Judges Act 1956. Anytime you want to increase the number of judges, modify this law and increase the number of judges. So currently it is how much? 1 plus 33. Total 34 judges. Are we clear on this, everybody? Last increased in 2019. So first time it was increased way back in 1956 from 8 to 11. Then in 1960 to 14. Then 1978 to 18. Then 1986 to 26. Then 2009 to 31. And then finally 34. So this one is Chief Justice of India and we have 33 other judges. Are we clear? So till 2009 it was 31, now it's 34. 1 plus 30, 1 plus 33 now. Clear on this? One more thing, and a very, very important element. To increase the number of judges of the Supreme Court, Parliament has to make a law or modify this law. How do you increase High Court judges? In High Courts, the number is decided by the President. Understand this point here. President, meaning executive order. Are we clear? It is not the Parliament which decides. No law is required. Executive order needs to be passed. Clear on this? So just to differentiate it, in the Supreme Court, you can increase judges with respect to Parliament by law, but for High Courts, no need for any law. Central government decides. Are we clear on this? This is how we increase the number of judges of the High Court and Supreme Court. Clear? Can advice is required? Of course, President has no real power. It is all the advice of government only. What is President's power? Don't make me say this again and again. I feel very bad for the President. Okay, solve this question. Increase, decrease, everything is possible. Prescribe the number. Number can be more, number can be less. Please don't waste time, 30 seconds, 4 options, mark the answer quickly. How are people marking the wrong answer? Here also, the power to increase the number of judges in the Supreme Court of India is vested in the Parliament. Parliament increases the number of judges in the Supreme Court. Okay, let's take a break. After the break, we'll take up for discussion the appointment of the judges and we look in detail the entire collegium system. Okay, break please. Be back at 6:51. Okay, I'll also just write here only. Important articles 243D, 243K, 243I, 243ZD, 243ZE. Then Schedule 11 and Schedule 12. That is all that is required to be known. Okay. And Lakshmikant, chapter 38, chapter 39. Clear? Let's come back. At 6:53 p.m. Break, please, guys. Sorry. Welcome back, guys. One more thing. As far as PESA is concerned for panchayats, don't read PESA right now. I'll teach PESA separately under Schedule 5. There is no logic in teaching PESA without Schedule 5. So we'll have to firstly know Schedule 5 and then read PESA in detail. So we'll cover PESA later on. Parliament can decrease the number of Supreme Court judges. It is not removal, but decreasing the total strength. Okay. So we can fix the number. Removal and decrease is different. Arey Yashika, I did explain the point here. Accountability of the government. Okay. Accountability of the elected representatives is different from the accountability of the administration. Administration refers to the executive administration, their accountability. And the accountability of political executive refers to the accountability of the panchayat members. Two different things. Are we clear on this? Vijay, PPT. Shalu, spelling of puny, corrected. Puny means junior. So even though our judges in the Supreme Court are not junior, but the word puny means a junior judge. It is borrowed from USA actually. So other judges, puny judges. We are not going to study High Court, Supreme Court together. I just mentioned some point. High Court separately. Firstly, Supreme Court only. Yashika, need for CGI? What is the meaning of this? We don't need CGI. What is the function of CGI? CGI has two functions. We'll come to it shortly. As and when time progresses, we'll discuss more on that. Now, coming to appointment. A very important point. I want everybody's full attention here. I'll discuss every element of appointment slowly and steadily. So please control your emotions. Focus on what I am explaining right now. This is the language. What you see is mentioned in the Constitution. This is Article 124, Clause 2. Okay. Appointment of the judges of the Supreme Court. So we say every judge of the Supreme Court, every judge also includes CJI, shall be appointed by the President. So who appoints Supreme Court judges? President. By a warrant under his hand and seal. What is warrant under hand and seal? Nothing important. It basically means that that particular judge or judges of Supreme Court are officially appointed by the President with his own signature and personal emblem. That's it. That is what is called warrant under hand and seal. Appointed personally by the President. So for other appointments, what happens is somebody else signs on the appointment letter on behalf of the President. But for these people, the President personally signs and puts the seal. The President's seal is there. This is basically a mark of respect for somebody. Just to give you an example, in your school days, in your progress report card, the toppers of the class, rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, their report was signed by the headmaster or the principal. Other people, other students, a simple stamp was used of the principal signature on your report card. And you had said, come on, take it, useless fellows. Toppers, personal signature. That's the same difference. Mark of respect. Okay. Anyway, irrelevant. Every judge of the Supreme Court shall be appointed by the President by a warrant under hand and seal after consultation with such of the judges of the Supreme Court. Consultation with such of the judges of Supreme Court. So I am saying I will be consulting judges of Supreme Court and the High Courts also. And the High Courts also in the states, as the President may deem necessary. Which judges of Supreme Court, which judges of High Court, President decides. Okay. And shall hold office until he attains the age of 65 years. So the retirement age of a Supreme Court judge, now we know very well, is how much? 65 years. Guys, please don't ask me, is it President or Council of Ministers? Please. It is always Council of Ministers, right? So that is a moot point, a redundant question. Please don't ask this. Let me clarify. The discretionary powers we have seen the chapter President are the only discretionary powers. Everywhere you find the word President, it actually means Council of Ministers only. Why do I have to say this again and again? Let's ignore it. Let's have an understanding. It's always Council of Ministers. This means what? Now let's summarize the entire article. Supreme Court judges will be appointed by the President after consulting some Supreme Court and some High Court judges. Which judges? That I will decide as a President. This means that actually the government appoints the Supreme Court judges and they can consult anyone. And consultation is a very casual word. Consultation does not mean concurrence. Consultation is not binding. You can consult somebody, you consult a physician. Let's say go and consult a doctor. Taking that suggestion is up to you. It's not binding. You consult a specialist, but should I follow that consultation? That is not binding. I hope this point is clear. Okay. Now, the story of this entire appointment starts in 1982. In fact, it did start in 1970s also, but till 1980s, how were judges appointed? Basically, the President or the central government would ask the Supreme Court to give some names. Supreme Court gave names, and from those names only the government always appointed them. I mean, maybe around 5% cases, 5% cases, the government did not accept a name recommended by Supreme Court. 95% cases, it was always the Supreme Court's recommendation which the government accepted. Then in 1982, there was a matter with respect to appointment of High Court judges, which was called the S.P. Gupta case, a 7-judge bench where Justice P.N. Bhagwati was the judge who wrote this judgment. In this particular case, S.P. Gupta was basically, later on he became the Advocate General of UP. He just passed away, I think last year in January, S.P. Gupta. So in this case, a very important question was asked to Supreme Court. That, sir, this word consultation means what? If the government has to consult Supreme Court, is that consultation binding on the government? Or is the advice of Supreme Court binding on the government? Supreme Court said, no. Consultation does not mean concurrence. Binding. No. It is not binding. Not binding. But please consult effectively. Meaning, consultation should be meaningful. It should be genuine. It should be of substance. It should be purposeful. It should be result oriented. Right? But do consult. Okay? Do consult. Anyway, later on, this matter again went to the Supreme Court. In the S.P. Gupta case, for the first time, Supreme Court did say that, but when you are consulting, don't just consult one person. Consult a group of judges. group of judges should be consulted. Group of judges means collegium. Collegium from the word college, group of people, group of judges, a collegium of judges. A group of judges should be consulted. Don't just consult one judge. Why? Because if you consult multiple judges, you'll get a way better opinion, right? Anyway, this was the first time when Supreme Court actually gave some kind of reference that consultation should be done with a group of judges. A collegium of judges. Are we clear, everyone? So far? Anyway, matter is over, no problem. Government said, okay, we'll consult with you. We'll always ask you who to appoint. Then, in 1993, this matter again went to court. In the Supreme Court Advocates on Record case. This was called the second judges case. It was called judges case because it relates to appointment of judges, and hence we refer to them as these judges cases. First judges case, second judges case, or the third judges case. In this particular case, Supreme Court had a change of heart completely. Supreme Court says, wait. Consultation actually means concurrence. When you are consulting us, it is binding. Suddenly, Supreme Court said that you cannot appoint anyone. Sorry. When we are sending some names, it is mandatory that you appoint those people only. Oh. So suddenly, consultation is becoming concurrence. Here, consultation equals concurrence, meaning binding on the government. Consultation is an English word. It never means binding. But Supreme Court redefined English also. Anyway, and now Supreme Court says that in the SP Gupta case, we had told consult a group of judges. Now we are telling you, consult three senior most Supreme Court judges. Who to consult? Any group? No. CJI plus two senior most Supreme Court judges. They have to be consulted. You cannot consult anyone. In the Constitution, it says consultation with such judges as he deems necessary. Which judges? Any judge you feel like. But Supreme Court says, no. You can't consult any random judge. You better consult the top three judges, CJI and two more judges. Clear? Again in 1998, there was this judgment of second judges case was a 9-judge bench, mind you, 9 judges, 7 judges in favor, 2 opposed it. And in the third judges case, Supreme Court clarified and Supreme Court gave to us what is the present system of collegium. Okay. So second judges case is what gave us the concept of collegium. What is the actual collegium like? And third judges case collegium system finalized. As it exists presently. Clear? So these are the 3 judges cases. Now this 1998, which is the third judges case, is what is still in use. The judgment here is what is still in use in the country in the form of this entire collegium system. Are we clear? So now we will see this step by step as to how to appoint the judges. See, appointment will be done officially, of course, by the big boss. We know very well the big boss will appoint, the president will appoint. But two things are important. Point number one. Recommendation that will be given by the collegium, it should be in writing. You can't simply WhatsApp text some recommendation. Okay. Number two, CJI has a veto power. These two things were introduced. I'll come to all those things. So, in order to appoint a Supreme Court judge, the president needs to get the recommendation from 5 senior most judges. CJI plus 4 senior most judges. Are we clear? A 5-judge collegium is required to give recommendation for the appointment of a judge in the Supreme Court. Now, what about CJI, you will say? CJI appointment is automatic. The senior most Supreme Court judge will always automatically become the CJI, no questions asked. Okay? And again, to just clarify here, senior most means whoever has come to Supreme Court at the earliest. Senior not by age. Whoever has joined Supreme Court before becomes a senior. Just like your government services. If you at the age of 23 clear the examination and somebody at the age of 30 clears after you, you are the senior, not that person. Okay? Now, this is the Supreme Court judge appointment. Are we clear? Everybody? So, from 1998 onwards, it is mandatory that the CJI will be the senior most Supreme Court judge. Okay. This is for Supreme Court. Mind you, CJI has the veto power. Of course, one very important element here. Recommendation to be sent if at least 4 judges including CJI agree. Are we clear? How many judges in collegium? 5 judges. If let's say there's a name, Justice ABC, if one judge says that no, I don't like him, very bad judge, 20 years back I was with him in same college, he did not show his answer key to me, sorry, very bad, no problem. If other 4 are in agreement, then that name will be recommended. If all 5 agree, very good, but at least 4 have to agree, and those 4 must include CJI. If CJI does not agree, that name cannot be sent. CJI has veto power. Okay, CJI must agree. So no judge can be appointed against the wishes of CJI. Are we clear on this? Everybody? Clear? No thumbs up. Confusion? Okay, clear. Either 4:1 or 5:0. This is the concept of the collegium system to appoint a Supreme Court judge. Okay. As simple as that. Now, is this recommendation binding on the government? Ideally, yes. It is not mentioned anywhere that it is not binding on the government or it is binding on the government. but government has been appointing them, right? Government may not appoint a judge. Government says that we may not appoint a judge if we get any negative intelligence bureau report against him. We may not appoint him. But can the government give their own names? No, you can't. You have to choose from that group only. Are we clear? You have to choose from that group only. What your names are sent to you. You may choose not to appoint somebody, but you cannot have separate names. I'm sorry. The list of names is there, appoint. No time frame for the government to also appoint. Clear? One more point. Collegium must contain next CJI. Very important point. Now, collegium must contain, stop the questions please, focus here now. Collegium must contain the next CJI. Okay. What does this mean? This means that we have one CJI, the other 4 judges who are next in line, one of them should become the next Chief Justice of India. Only then will we form the 5-judge collegium. I'll give an example now. This is the current situation. I hope you can see this. If not, I'll just tell you what is mentioned here. So number 1, we have the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud. Look at his date of DOR. This is the date of retirement. Date of retirement. So D.Y. Chandrachud is going to retire on the 10th of November 2024. 10th November next year. These 4 people are a part of current collegium. Remember, 1 plus next 4. SK Kaul, he will retire in 2023 only. Now please tell me with a yes or no, will SK Kaul ever become the Chief Justice of India? Please write yes or no. Of course not, because he will retire way before the term of D.Y. Chandrachud comes to an end. Clear? Okay. Next, K.M. Joseph, second senior most after CJI, after Sanjay Kishan Kaul. He retires in the month of June next year. He will also never be able to become the CJI, because our CJI currently who is there will continue till 2024. Same goes for Justice M.R. Shah. Same goes for Ajay Rastogi. Can you see? All these 4 people who are a part of collegium, none of them are ever going to become the Chief Justice of India in future. Collegium must contain next CJI. This means what? In case the collegium does not have next CJI, we will have to find out that person who is going to become the Chief Justice after D.Y. Chandrachud. So in terms of seniority, we find that Sanjeev Khanna, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, who is going to retire in 2025, he will be the next CJI. So after he retires, he is the next CJI. That is why we have a concept of something called a 6-judge collegium. When SC collegium does not contain next CJI. Okay. As simple as that. Don't worry at number 6. Number 6 person will also retire in 2023 only. So he will also not become the Chief Justice of India. Clear? Everybody clear on this? Tenure of CJI is not mentioned in the constitution. No tenure is mentioned. Retirement age is mentioned. Yes, Anand Padmanabhan, what is the concern? Sushmit, please tell me concern. Don't say no. I won't take no for an answer. I want exact problem to be mentioned. Everybody now clear on this Supreme Court Collegium? Okay. Yes, till retirement, you are the CJI. Till you retire. Great. Now, Shruti, sir, but the 4 judges are the senior most, then how we select another judge? That is the whole point. There is one more condition. We have to fulfill all the conditions. Okay? We have to fulfill all the conditions. Apart from this, there is also a condition that these 4 people, amongst them, there should be the next CJI. If it is not there, we have to include one more person. It is mandatory. Are we clear? It is mandatory in that case. That is Sanjeev Khanna. This condition has come from the President's judgment of 1998. This, what you are looking right now, all this is a result of this. That's what I mentioned here, right? Not focusing at all. Collegium system finalized as it exists presently. Everything I write here is a result of 1998 judgment. Okay. Okay. Seniority does not include working in lower courts. Please focus on every word I say. Seniority is only in Supreme Court. The time you enter the Supreme Court, right? The time you take up the office. Snehalata, what is 64? Where is 64 coming from? Shalu, your question makes no sense. Your question makes no sense absolutely. The moment any judge, let's assume the moment this judge, Justice M.R. Shah, retires in the month of May, and then K.M. Joseph retires in the month of June, of course Sanjeev Khanna becomes a part of collegium. Then we'll have a 5-judge collegium. So the basic understanding has to be that we need the next CJI in the collegium. If the next CJI is not there, we'll have to add him as a 6th member in the collegium. That's it. Okay. Snehalata, the retirement age is 65. It is mentioned here, 65 years. Now, enough of this. Otherwise, we'll never be able to complete only this basic concept. Sakshi, I understand. When Indira Gandhi was there, the senior most CJI was Justice Shelat, then Justice Hegde, Justice Grover, then A.N. Ray. That story is meant for better times, not right now. Ignore it. I also know that information. Or in 1977, Justice H.R. Khanna was the senior most, M.H. Baig was appointed. We all know this information. We'll come to that when the time comes, not right now. Focus on the current judgment first. Now, coming to High Court judges. HC, High Court, clear? For High Court judges also, to appoint, we have the President. We know this. Who will recommend the names? Supreme Court Collegium only. CJI plus 2 senior most Supreme Court judges. Here, difference. In case of High Court, we need 3 senior most judges. CJI plus 2. In case of Supreme Court, 5. CJI plus 4. Are we clear? This is this. This is the appointment of the judges of the High Court, including Chief Justice. Okay. Yes, Neha, if the collegium contains next CJI, then we would not need 6-judge collegium. Supreme Court Chief Justice Anand Padmanabhan, whoever is the senior most person in the Supreme Court automatically becomes the Chief Justice of India. If I am the senior most, I will directly become the Chief Justice of India. As simple as that. This is a fact. How do I explain this further? Right? Clear? What else? Yashika, it is not required. Yes, Prince. It's all about seniority. All these people are the senior most judges. There is no other factor involved. Their quality, their height, their weight, their dressing sense, nothing matters. When they joined Supreme Court is what matters. Experience in Supreme Court is all that matters. Okay, Shivani, why this sad face? Tell me, what is your question? Issues on collegium later on. Firstly, let's understand collegium. Harshdeep, what do I tell? Please tell me. What? Total judges in Supreme Court, difference between CJI. No. I can't tell you total number of judges in Supreme Court. That's not possible. I just explained that 2 slides back. Sorry. So, High Court judges appointment, Supreme Court judges appointment. Done? Now, there is also a possibility of transfer of judges from one High Court to another. Just like IAS officer is transferred from one district to another. In the same fashion, judges can also be transferred. What about transferring Supreme Court judges? Please tell me. What about transferring Supreme Court judges? This, how do I write it here? This TFR stands for transfer. I wrote the short of transfer, TFR. It is not possible, very good, because we only have one Supreme Court. Where will you transfer them? But since we have multiple high courts, so we can transfer judges from one high court to another. In case you want to transfer a judge from one high court to another, please understand, again 5 judges of Supreme Court are required. 5. 4 plus 1. Okay? Secondly, we have to consult these 2 people also. Chief Justice of High Court incoming. I'll explain what is incoming, don't worry. And outgoing. What is outgoing? I'll explain that also. Let us take an example of, say, there is a judge, Justice ABC. This judge is currently posted in Madras High Court. Take an example, Madras High Court. Supreme Court says that now we want to transfer this judge from Madras High Court to, say, Bombay High Court. Okay? In case we have to transfer any judge from one high court to the next high court, to other high court, what happens? The 5-judge collegium, right, will also consult the Chief Justice of Madras High Court, because from his court only you are transferring a judge. That, sir, should we transfer the judge from your court? Does he have too much of work with him? Yes or no? And we will also consult the Chief Justice of Bombay High Court, because we are sending the judge there also. So we'll ask him, sir, do you want this judge or not? Are we clear? Incoming is where the judge is being transferred into. Outgoing, from where the judge is being transferred. Incoming, where the judge is being sent. Outgoing, from where he or she is being sent. Now, their consultation is not binding. their opinion is not binding. Are we clear? It is not binding on the Supreme Court Collegium. If, let's say, Madras High Court judge says, no sir, don't send him, he's my best friend, we party every night, sorry, Supreme Court says, I don't care, I'll still transfer him. Transfer is totally up to the Supreme Court, the 5 senior most judges. Are we clear now? Everybody? Great. This is how judges are appointed. 2 things. Transfer is not punishment. Supreme Court has clarified multiple times, transfer is not punishment. We keep on transferring judges for them to also get expertise on various places, plus every judge and their expertise can be used in various courts. So don't think that transfer is a punishment. It is not a punishment. This is how judges are appointed in the country right now. Pradeep, again, please read your question yourself and read the slide. If the incoming CJI, outgoing CJI, if they deny, it does not matter. Their consultation is not binding. Why will next CJI hold veto power right now? Veto power is only with the current CJI. That's it. But next CJI has not become the CJI. Okay. He will become CJI in 2025. Please apply some logic here. All these people are senior to Sanjeev Khanna. Sanjeev Khanna is junior to all these people. Okay. It is just that they will all retire and Sanjeev Khanna will remain. So once they retire, he will move up in seniority, step by step, step by step. Right now, he is number 7 in seniority. Please also understand this logic. Anshu, did you not see the transfer thing? Arey, Keha, come on, yeah. District court judges, forget it right now. Focus on this. No, Mayank, even if you transfer from big to small high court, it is not to be seen as punishment. No, Naina, how can a 6-judge collegium be increased? You please give me an example of increasing 6-judge collegium. Within collegium for Supreme Court judges, no, it is not binding. Yes, Yashika. CJI seat is not based on Lux Swarufuddin. It is based basically on who enters Supreme Court first. Anshu, the same 5-judge collegium, these 5 people, that's it. Racha, how can CJI be transferred? There is only one Supreme Court only. Sahil, it is just a formality. Okay, it's a formality, recommending the name. Preetham, what is the work of the CJI and SC judge for appointment of judges? What is your question? Explain the question first. Arey Satya, how can transfer be from High Court to Supreme Court? Is it possible? Can an IAS officer be transferred from a district magistrate to country's cabinet secretary? Is that called transfer? Come on, be serious. Transfer is at the same level. That is called promotion, not transfer. Shruti, sir, if among 34 judges, no one is able to become CJI, how is it possible, Shruti? Tell me. How is it possible that in the next 33 judges, are you saying that somebody enters Supreme Court at the young age of 30 only? It is not possible. Let me tell you. Arey Sai Munish, from November 24 to May 25, why will the CJI post be empty? When this person retires, Sanjeev Khanna would still be in the post and the senior most judge. He will become the Chief Justice. He will become the next Chief Justice next date. Satya, it is not possible. How can you have two CJI with the same experience? It is not possible only. Even if you're appointing some people on the same date, somebody takes the oath beforehand. Whoever takes oath beforehand becomes a senior. It is not possible, right? There is no race that, come on, race. Somebody takes the oath beforehand, he becomes a senior. Preetham, Supreme Court judges are appointed by the President on the recommendation of 5 senior-most judges of Supreme Court. CJI plus 4 senior-most judges. Yes, Shalu, collegium on High Court decision is also binding, transfer is also binding, Supreme Court judges is also binding, everything is binding. Next, CJI will work only for 6 months, 5 months. We have seen CJI working for 30 days also. What is 6 months? 30 days also. 6 months is too much. Anyway, I think I have explained all that was needed for the exam and all that is possibly a part of judgment. If you have any query or concern, your expert will address those concerns because those are largely irrational or illogical. And if you understand this, you will be able to address your query yourself. Like what happens on 12th of November 2024, who is the CJI? You'll know very well, Sanjeev Khanna becomes CJI. So all these things can be addressed. Just focus on this and read the slide when you are free. Okay. Now, this is the entire concept of appointment of the judges of our courts, the Supreme Court and the High Courts. Of course, this has some problems, right? Now you have seen the appointment. I would like you guys to please tell me what is a problem with this appointment procedure. Tell me. Opaque, transparency is not there, biased, opaque, age. Why would age be a problem? Age is not a problem. Unconstitutional. Oh, less duration, partiality, too much Supreme Court centric, too much power to Supreme Court, judges appointing judges, no involvement of government, biasness, no reservation for SC, ST women. No, that becomes a reservation policy. Nepotism, more power to Supreme Court, CJI veto, CJI has upper hand. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Would you agree on this meme? Tell me. Is this not the case? Judges are practically appointing themselves. Imagine UPSC tells you after your main exam is over, guys, please sit on your seat, check your papers and give marks to yourself. Right? It's the exact same thing. And the process is highly opaque. See, we do not know what is the criteria which is used by the Supreme Court to elevate a judge from High Court to Supreme Court. Trust me, we have no idea. We do not know what is the criteria to elevate or promote or appoint a judge or make a recommendation of a name to Supreme Court or High Court. No criteria. Judges know the criteria. Okay? So process is completely opaque, non-transparent. Right? Secondly, there are allegations of favoritism and biasness. So I'm not making any allegation here. I'm just giving you an example. Okay? So please hear this example and take it in the right spirit. And lawyers, don't be upset, please. There used to be a Chief Justice of India called Justice Y.V. Chandrachud. Name's not important. He was the longest serving Chief Justice of India. Y.V. Chandrachud made a recommendation to appoint B.N. Kirpal as the Supreme Court judge when he was a part of senior most judges in the Supreme Court. When B.N. Kirpal was a senior most judge, he made a recommendation to appoint D.Y. Chandrachud as the youngest High Court lawyer, High Court judge. D.Y. Chandrachud is the son of Y.B. Chandrachud. When D.Y. Chandrachud became the Supreme Court Chief Justice, he made a recommendation to appoint Saurabh Kirpal as a Supreme Court judge. Saurabh Kirpal is the son of B.N. Kirpal. Did you understand now? As I said, I am not making any allegation. Are you clear? All I am saying is these things don't reflect nicely on what values judiciary holds. If I only give suggestions about who's that my friend's nephew, my friend's niece, etc., then I'm not really sure what exactly is the purpose. Okay? Then, now think of this. There are only 3 people in the High Court Collegium to appoint. We have so much of pendency in High Court. 331 seats are vacant in the High Courts. 331 seats are vacant in the High Courts out of 1114 judges. The Collegium has no time only. Collegium simply has no time to make recommendations because these judges are not some appointing authority. They also have to sit and decide on judgments. They don't have time. Results in huge vacancy. Why? Because Collegium has no time to decide. Affects federalism. How? Now the state High Court judges are completely monopolized, or appointment is monopolized by the Supreme Court. High Courts have no role to play only. And please let me remind you, the original constitutional provision is this, that the president can also consult High Court judges. But here you are saying, what is High Court? Supreme Court is the boss, just consult us, nobody else. Clear on this? Then, as some of you have pointed out, Supreme Court, the task of Supreme Court is to interpret the Constitution. Interpret it. Tell us the meaning. Please tell me, in what language, on what planet, these words mean all this? Where is it mentioned that you have to consult 5 people, CJI has veto power, there should be a 6-judge collegium? But where is all this? How can you interpret this to mean this entire structure? Is this interpretation? This is not. You are also trying to redefine the entire constitution. So they have simply crossed that limit. They have crossed the limit where they are not just interpreting, not understanding, but rewriting the entire constitution. That was not your role. Okay? So this is there. And lastly, just to clarify, let me tell you, in no country has the judiciary monopolized all the appointments. Go to USA, go to UK, go to any country. We never have this provision anywhere. This is exclusive to our country only, where judiciary has monopolized all the appointments to Supreme Court and High Courts. No interference whatsoever. K. Navina, as I said, CJI's veto power means if CJI does not approve of a name, that name is not recommended. If CJI says no, that name is not sent. That's the veto power of CJI. Are we clear? Everybody now? So, the process is opaque. For those who don't know the meaning of opaque, I think you have forgotten your science classes completely. Opaque, transparent, opaque objects, transparent objects, right? Opaque means not transparent. So process is not transparent. There is no criteria. What is the criteria? No criteria, no examination, no interview, no evaluation. Okay. Favoritism, biasness, nepotism. The allegation is of nepotism only. That I am recommending my best friend's son's name. Somebody is going to recommend my son's name, my grandson's name. That is going to happen. And affects federalism. Why? Because now High Court judges. Now, I'll give you a very simple example. AXA process is opaque. Why? I mentioned in the bracket, don't you read? No criteria. If there is no criteria, imagine UPSC says, we have chosen 100 people, they are the next year's IAS officers. Tell me, is this process transparent? Of course not. We need to know on what basis have you chosen those people? Where was the examination? Where was the interview? How many marks they scored? Okay? Opaque, the meaning of this word opaque is not transparent. The English meaning of this word opaque is not transparent. Opaque means not transparent. Okay? We'll have a very tough time in addressing answers if we don't know the meaning of the word opaque. And this is not some sarcastic remark. It's a very serious concern of mine also now. Because these are words we have been seeing in our 6th, 7th, 8th standard. We can't make this polity class into an English class, right? One more thing. A very critical point that I would like to put forward here. Affecting federalism, just a small extension. I am a High Court judge. I am hoping to get elevated, promoted to Supreme Court. I know the collegium, the 5 senior most judges. In front of me, please, in front of me, there is a judge, there is a lawyer, advocate who is arguing a case. This advocate who is arguing a case, I know that, oh, he is a son of one judge from collegium. Now I'll feel, oh, I need to win his heart, right? So what I'll do is I'll say, amazing, what amazing advocate you are. Sir, why don't you come and sit here? Such amazing statements, genius. Because I know very well, if I appreciate him, he'll tell his parents, that's very nice judge, elevate him to Supreme Court. And I get the Supreme Court door open for me. There's a possibility. So it is more likely that a High Court judge now is going to be completely subservient, will curry favors for the Supreme Court collegium. Because all I have to do is win the heart of Supreme Court collegium judges. That's it. Clear? So these are the concerns with the collegium. Also, just to further add on this, see, I am refraining from passing any remark on Supreme Court and their expertise in appointment, but Supreme Court has constantly been telling us about the idea of how there should be equality in the country, how we should have more representative institutions, more scheduled caste people, more scheduled tribe people, more women, etc. Very nice, very nice. Let us also ask those judges, what is the representative nature of Supreme Court? So I'll give you some examples. Supreme Court, since 1950, till date, has seen 266 judges. Supreme Court, since 1950, has seen 266 judges in the court. Of these judges, how many are women? How many have been women? 40, 50, 70, 80? 11. 11. This means roughly 4% of all the judges in the Supreme Court, only 4% are women. No CJI so far. Not a single woman Chief Justice of India. We will have a Chief Justice of India as a lady in 2027 for 36 days only. Justice B.V. Nagaratna. And let me remind you, Justice B.V. Nagaratna is the daughter of a former Chief Justice of India. Belongs to a Brahmin family. Why I'm saying this is how many scheduled caste judges so far? Scheduled caste judges so far? 5. How many scheduled tribe judges so far? 1. S.K. Chima. Sorry, S.K. Seema. 1. 1 scheduled tribe judge so far. Later on, H.K. Seema became the chairperson of UP's Human Rights Commission. 1. Supreme Court says, no, this government is not incorporative of all the religions. Okay, fair enough. How many Muslim judges in the Supreme Court since independence? 19 out of 266. That is roughly 7%. 7.14 maybe roughly. Now, I use the word Brahmin. Some of the Brahmins would get offended. I'll tell you why. Because from 50 CJIs that we have, 50 Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chanchud is the 50th Chief Justice. 17 have belonged to the Brahmin community. How is it possible? Then we'll have to openly make the statement that one community is way more intellectually advanced. Maybe some genetic study has been conducted, definitely, to find this fact out. Because of nepotism, we know what is happening now. And when it comes to a scheduled caste representation, a scheduled tribe representation, a Muslim representation, women representation, it's in peanuts. So not everything is fair when it comes to appointment. That's the sad part. Okay. So this is the so-called representative Supreme Court, which loves giving gyan to other people that, come on, have more women, have more Muslims, give OBCs a chance. OBCs had to wait for 30 years. 1980, the first OBC judge was appointed in the Supreme Court, A. Vardarajan, right? S.R. Pandian. And first Supreme SC judge, 1980. So of course there is something completely rotten in the system of collegium. Okay. So that's all as far as the critique is concerned. We also need the Supreme Court to be more incorporative. We also need them to look beyond their family. The problem is that if a Supreme Court collegium appoints the judges, frankly, they only know people in and around their social circle. They will not know people outside the social circle. For a lot of you who do not know, some of them who are lawyers here, they would know very well what is meant by generational lawyers. First generation lawyers find it very difficult. Fifth generation lawyers, seventh generation lawyers and their generations hijack the high courts. And it is difficult for a lawyer to break that shackle as a first generation lawyer. So others would have no idea of this. Only lawyers in the class would know how difficult it is for a newbie lawyer, even from a very good national law school, to break that system, right? So that's there. And let me remind you, the legal profession is a very high paying profession. People not just get money to fight a case. Sometimes people are paid to not take up a case also. You are paid money by some corporate, say 40 lakh rupees. The corporate says, don't take up a case against me. That's also there. Now, as far as government's role is concerned, government has tried to do something in this regard. Nothing unique. This concept that I am going to tell you was a concept which first came into picture in 1987. So there used to be a law commission which was called the Law Commission of 1987. Or let's write the original idea. (121st) report of Law Commission. So in 1987, this concept came up that why don't we do one thing? Why don't we create a body, a more neutral body to appoint judges in the Supreme Court? Anyway, a bill was also brought. I think the bill was the 67th Amendment Bill. That bill lapsed because the government of National Front government, it collapsed. Anyway, in 2014, the Parliament passed a law, an amendment called the 99th Amendment to the Indian Constitution. 3 articles were added, 124A, B, and C. And the Parliament created what we know as NJAC. NJAC, National Judicial Appointments Commission. So what is this NJAC? NJAC would be a body which would comprise of Chief Justice of India as a chairperson, 2 other senior most Supreme Court judges, law minister will be there, and 2 eminent persons. Who will be the eminent person? They will be chosen by Prime Minister, CJI, and I hope you know this, leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha. Are we clear on this? Now, 2 conditions. Number 1, no veto for CJI. Number 2, if 2 members oppose the recommendation, name not to be sent to President. Meaning what? Out of these 6 people, 2 plus 1 3 plus 2 5 plus 1 6, out of these 6 people, if 2 people say no, that name is wrong, that name will not be sent to the what? President for appointment. Now, what is the task of NJAC? The task of NJAC will be recommending appointment of Chief Justice of India, appointment of Chief Justice of all the High Courts, appointment of judges of the Supreme Court and the High Courts, also transfer. Basically, the current collegium task will be given to NJAC. This is what the NJAC does or was supposed to do. Now see, this concept of NJAC has actually been taken by a country, UK. In UK, they have a concept called Judicial Appointment Commission. You'll be studying this in your governance classes, comparison of constitutions. In USA, the judges are appointed by the president. But after the upper house of USA, Senate, confirms the appointment. But in USA, there is no retirement age of judges. There is no retirement age of judges. You can continue to be a judge till you die. There have been cases where somebody has died while writing a judgment. So old was he. Okay. So this is with respect to the 99th Amendment Act 2014. The moment this modification was made in the Constitution, right, at the very instant, it was challenged in the Supreme Court. When it was challenged in the Supreme Court directly cancelled this thing. Very good. Useless judgment, a useless amendment, cancelled. Why? Supreme Court said, why no veto power for CJI? Why? Very strange. I mean, no veto power for CJI. CJI does not have veto power in the Constitution. You have given it to yourself. And now you are claiming it is a matter of birthright that CJI should have veto power. No, very weird kind of situation. Second issue they raised was, which was actually right, inclusion of executive, meaning law minister. So law minister is included in the group. So the Supreme Court said that, if you include law minister and the law minister constantly keeps on talking to the other judges of the collegium or the Supreme Court judges, then in most of the cases in Supreme Court, government is one party in the case. So there could be biasness. Number 3, who are these eminent persons? That criteria is not defined. Who are these eminent persons? That criteria is not defined. So Supreme Court said, please define that criteria. We should ask them, sir, did you define the criteria and how to appoint the judges? But anyway, and that is why Supreme Court said that please, you are trying to interfere with the independence of judiciary. And independence of judiciary is a part of basic structure. What is basic structure? Ignore it. Something which can't be amended. So there are some things in the constitution which cannot be amended. They are a part of basic structure. So Supreme Court says the independence of judiciary is a part of basic structure. You cannot modify it. How dare you amend the constitution like this? It is wrong. We control the power. And for all those people who even keep on pointing out, especially the left-wing liberals in our country, because left-wing liberals primarily hate this current government. They are constantly saying that it is right that the collegium is there with modification. Collegium should be there. We should remind them of what Dr. Ambedkar said. This is Dr. Ambedkar's quote, verbatim quoted, copy pasted from the debates that took place in the Constituent Assembly. No word has been changed. Let's read. Let's take some time to read what Ambedkar said about giving such kind of power to CJI. With regard to the question of concurrence of the Chief Justice, binding advice of Chief Justice, it seems to me that those who advocate this proposition, this idea, seem to rely implicitly both on the impartiality of Chief Justice and the soundness of his judgment. I personally feel, no doubt, that Chief Justice is a very eminent person. Fair enough. And now what he says, please read. But after all, the Chief Justice is a man with all the feelings, all the sentiments, and all the prejudices. So how can you rely on the soundness and impartiality of one person? It is wrong. He further says, and I think to allow the Chief Justice practically a veto upon the appointment of judges is really to transfer the authority to the Chief Justice. Now, which we are not prepared to vest in the President or the government. So in a government comprising of so many people, in the parliament of 543 people, we have no trust. But somehow we have trust in one person, CJI. I therefore think that that is also a dangerous proposition. An idea which was refuted by Ambedkar himself. So when all our great judges, all our left-wing liberals quote Ambedkar, they should also remember what Ambedkar had to say about the power given to CJI for appointment. Okay, anyway. Implicitly means in the implied manner, inherently. This word implicit we had discussed under President only. Kiran, was it possible to establish NJSC by statute? No, it's not possible. You are modifying Supreme Court. Do you remember under majority, types of majority, we have seen that any modification of Supreme Court, High Court requires amendment to the Constitution with approval of states. How can you modify it through a law? You are modifying a constitutional provision. It can't be done through a law. Vamsi, then why CJI is included in appointment of ECI? They have included themselves. Who is including them? In the Anu Barnwal case, Supreme Court has said that we will be a part of appointment. Nobody has given them this power. they are giving themselves this kind of power. Aryan, judges should never get retired because people get more knowledgeable with age and experience. We can increase the age of retirement, but after a certain point of time, there is a limit to how effective your brain also functions. Experience is a very valid point. We can increase the age of retirement, but there should be retirement age. So Abhishek, it will be of no effect because Schedule 9 protection is not given to basic structure doctrine, actually. Snehata, before the judge's case, actually the judges were appointed like this only. But at that point of time, recommendation was not binding on the government. So this was there. Are you clear? That's it. We are done with the concept of appointment, including how appointments are done, what is the process, procedure, etc., critical analysis, everything. Now, coming to qualifications. See, for those who want a solution, I think the solution is NJAC except the law minister. Or we can have appointments done by the government with the approval of parliament, right? These things can be done. There are various solutions which can be there, but the government and the Supreme Court have to sit together and come on board. That's the best solution for us, suggestion for us. That let the government and Supreme Court decide together on what is going to be the correct solution, correct way ahead, so that we retain the independence of judiciary also, but we do not give them so much of power that they practically have complete monopoly, complete control over everything. Okay, that's it. Okay, now coming to qualification. Article 124, same article, clause 3. In order to be a Supreme Court judge, of course, you have to be a citizen of India. That goes without saying. Apart from this, anyone is okay. At least 5 years. High Court judge. Or at least 10 years. Advocate in High Court. Now, before somebody asks this amazing question, sir, High Court advocate can become Supreme Court judge, but can Supreme Court advocate become Supreme Court judge? Of course. It is like asking, graduates can apply for UPSC. Can postgraduates apply? Of course they can apply. Okay. So the minimum criteria is you have to be an advocate in the High Court for 10 years. Or, so all of you who know this person, the professor, right? So this photograph refers to one more criteria called an eminent jurist. Okay? An eminent and a distinguished jurist. So somebody, now please tell me, what is a jurist? Did I ever explain the meaning of jurist while we were discussing Attorney General of India? Specialist in the field of law. Anybody who is in a legally trained mind, expert in the field of law, is called jurist. Jurist is group of judges. Every day I have minor heart stroke, every day. By the end of our discussion on polity, I won't survive. Difficult. Anyone who has a legally trained mind, who is an expert in the field of law, is called a jurist. Okay. Just a small point. The same qualification is also a qualification for one more post. Tell me please. The same qualification is also a qualification for one more post. Very good. Absolutely correct. Same for Attorney General of India. Great. Don't write CAG and all. Attorney General of India. This is the qualification. Okay. Now coming to the process of removal. So we know very well, you are born, you die, you get appointed, you can be removed. So our judges are very innocent judges, very nice judges, very unbiased judges. They also can be removed. Of course, if you want to resign, resignation, you have to submit it to the president. But if you don't want to resign, then removal is also there. What is a ground? Ground means reason. What is a reason to remove a Supreme Court judge? Misbehavior, incapacity. These words are not defined in the Constitution. What is misbehavior? What is incapacity? We don't know. It depends on the allegation. This is mentioned under Article 124, Clause 4. Also, in case you want to remove the Supreme Court judge, Parliament has to vote with a special majority. Parliament can remove the judges of Supreme Court and the High Courts. For High Courts, the article is different, but I am writing it here only so that you remember. The process is exactly the same. Okay? Through a special majority. What is that? 2/3 present and voting, more than 50% total strength. Clear? Now, what is the procedure to be followed? Manner. Procedure. This will be decided by Parliament by law. By law, simple majority. So Parliament has made a law. This is the law called the Judges Inquiry Act. This is a law made to create an entire procedure to remove the judges of the Supreme Court. Are we clear on this? Everyone? Now, just one point. The same process of removal, same procedure for removal is there for some other people also. Okay? Chief Election Commissioner is removed like this only. CAG is removed like this only. Tell me one more person who is removed like this only. Please. We have studied about that person. Attorney General. Attorney General is removed by the President, not by this process. President? Come on, be serious. Don't write President, don't write Governor, don't write Advocate General, Attorney General. They are not removed like this. We have studied that topic. Oh, please, don't waste your time here. I'll write the answer. State Election Commissioner is appointed by the Governor, but removed in the same manner as High Court Judge, and High Court Judge and Supreme Court Judge are removed in the same fashion. So remember this also. Some other people are removed in the same fashion. Now, before we come to other things, the procedure. So what is the procedure to be followed? Step by step, hear me out. Don't create unique scenarios in your mind, right? Hear me out first. to remove the judge of Supreme Court or High Court, some MPs are required to give a notice. It can start in any house. But in the Lok Sabha, 100 MPs are required to sign. If it is in the Rajya Sabha, then 50 MPs have to sign. Number differs. But it can start in any house. And we have to get a notice to the presiding officer that, sir, we are collectively signing this. We want to remove that judge. Fair enough. Now, presiding officer may accept or reject the notice. He can say, what is this? Useless, and can throw it away. Can also accept the notice. It's possible. For example, in the case of Justice Deepak Mishra, it happened that when the MPs of Rajya Sabha gave a notice, the then Vice President, the Chairman of Rajya Sabha, Venkaiah Naidu, he rejected the notice. It happens. If the notice is accepted, then a committee is formed, and hence the word Inquiry Act, because this committee is what is that? Inquiry committee. Inquiry committee is formed, which will comprise of one judge of the Supreme Court, maybe Chief Justice of India, one judge of the High Court, and one distinguished jurist, some retired Supreme Court judge. This committee is formed. Okay. Now, this committee is told that, see, this is a notice we have got. This is a reason. You please tell us what is your report. If the committee finds the judge guilty, then the report is sent to the presiding officer. If not found guilty, then the matter ends. Okay. For example, in the case of J.B. Pardiwala, J.B. Pardiwala is currently a Supreme Court judge. J.B. Pardiwala, see, if you talk to people in Gujarat High Court and all, they speak very highly of him in terms of environmental jurisdiction. But he is known to be a person of slightly flamboyant nature. He speaks his mind a bit too much sometimes. So there was a case in front of J.B. Pardiwala when he was a Gujarat High Court judge. And in that case, it was a corruption case. And while giving his judgment, he also mentioned that in this country, there are two causes of concern. One cause is corruption, the other is reservation. Now, reservation as a policy is a constitutional policy. You can't make statements like this as a judge. And immediately, some MPs gave notice in Rajya Sabha that, sir, remove. 58 MPs in Rajya Sabha signed a notice. Then the chairperson of Rajya Sabha said to Pardiwala, sir, what are you saying? Then Pardiwala officially took back his statement saying, I am sorry, I take back my words. Matter was over. Or in the case of S.K. Gangale, who was a High Court judge in Madhya Pradesh. So there was an allegation of sexual harassment against him by some district court female judge. The inquiry committee did not find the report or the allegation to be true. Matter was ended. Or in Andhra Pradesh High Court, Nagarjun Reddy, against him there is an allegation that Nagarjun Reddy used to make casteist remarks on other people in the court. He would call them with casteist slurs in the court only. Again, the inquiry committee could not prove the allegation. Matter was dismissed. If the inquiry committee finds the allegation to be true, example, V. Ramaswamy. V. Ramaswamy was a Supreme Court judge. Against him, there was an allegation, 1990s, that when he was the High Court Chief Justice of Punjab and Haryana High Court, he had spent a lot of money in improving his official residence, just like our Delhi Chief Minister, right? So the allegation was found to be true, and the report was sent to the parliament that yes, the allegation is true. Once the allegation is sent to the parliament, voting takes place. Both houses separately. No joint sitting, no drama like joint sitting. Both houses have to pass it separately. Okay? And if it is approved by majority of the members, meaning 2/3 present and voting, more than 50% of total strength, the judge stands removed and the president has to sign. Now here, the law says very clearly, the president must give assent in the same session. So if this voting was done, say, in the monsoon session, before the end of that session, the president has to sign. No veto power for the president. This is how judges are removed. Coming to V. Ramaswamy, what happened was, V. Ramaswamy, when the voting started, Congress walked out. They did not vote. Now, why did they walk out? I am not saying this. Prashant Bhushan has written an article on this in 1990s only. He wrote an article. His allegation was that V. Ramaswamy, 5-6 years back, when he was a chief justice or judge somewhere, he had given a judgment in favor of Rajiv Gandhi. And Congress was only returning the favor by not voting against him. So V. Ramaswamy was not removed. So far, not a single judge of the Supreme Court or High Court has been removed in this process. The process is so damn difficult. Special majority, both the houses, 100 MPs have to start it, inquiry committee has to give a recommendation. It is almost impossible to remove it. Are we clear on this? The best known case is of Justice Soumitra Sen. Justice Soumitra Sen was a judge in the Calcutta High Court. And Soumitra Sen, in a 1983 matter, he had siphoned off 33 lakh rupees. This matter came to light in 2004. Inquiry committee was formed. Allegations were proved. In 2009-10, this voting started. Now, in the Rajya Sabha, the MPs gave notice. It was accepted in Rajya Sabha. Inquiry committee was formed. Allegation found to be true. Voting started in Rajya Sabha. It was passed by Rajya Sabha. Once it was passed by Rajya Sabha, the matter went to the Lok Sabha. In between only, Soumitra Sen resigned, saying, if the houses don't believe in me, I will resign. Such ethical people. Or, in a similar manner, one more judge, Sikkim High Court, Justice P.D. Dinakaran. Sikkim has only 3 judges in the High Court, of which one was corrupt. So against P.D. Dinakaran, there was a case of land grabbing. Imagine a High Court judge grabbing land. Now, he also resigned. Before the inquiry committee allegation could start, he resigned. Such great people, they cannot take any negative remark against them. Such honorable people. Wait. Couple of years later, they both resigned in 2011 only. So they could not be removed, they resigned. Couple of years later, somebody filed an RTI, right to information, from government, saying, sir, Soumitra Sen and P.D. Dinakaran, are they getting pension? Government said, yes, they are getting pension. Why? Because they were not removed, they resigned. So Soumitra Sen and Dinakaran, they resigned not because of some moralistic ideals, but largely because they wanted to protect their pension. Are you clear? This is the sad reality of the judiciary. Not a single judge, and mind you, all these great judges that we are mentioning right now, Dinakaran, Soumitra Sen, Pardiwala, S.C. Gangle, Nagarjun Reddy, all these people are a product of collegium system only. They've all come from the collegium recommendations. Only V. Ramaswamy, he did not come from collegium. All these are products of collegium system. Such amazing people. Anyway, so that's all. As far as removal is concerned, please solve the last question for the day. Read the statements carefully. I'll give you a minute of time to solve. Mark the answer. Mayank, Ranjan Gogoi's case was not a case of removal actually. Against Ranjan Gogoi, there was a case of sexual harassment, and when the case was filed against him by some former employee of the court, Ranjan Gogoi formed a committee, in-house committee, and he became the chairman of that committee only. So that's it. Okay, a lot of you mark this correct. Let's see. The motion to impeach a judge of Supreme Court cannot be rejected by the speaker. Can it be rejected by the speaker? Presiding officer may accept or reject. So one is wrong. Remove one. This goes away. This goes away. 3 has to be correct. Ignore 3. Just check 4. If the motion of impeachment of a judge is taken up for voting, the law requires the motion to be backed by each house and supported by a majority of total membership of the house and by not less than 2/3 of the total members of the house present and voting. Absolutely correct. C, 3 and 4. 3 says details of process are mentioned there, and 2 says the Constitution defines the incapacity and misbehavior. It is not defined in the Constitution. So this is with respect to the removal of the Supreme Court judges. Now some of you may ask, sir, you are using the word impeachment here. You said impeachment only for president. Firstly, I am not using this word. UPSC is using this word. And yes, it is wrong. They should not have used the word impeach. It should be removal, not impeachment. Impeachment is actually a procedure. So they are using impeachment as a procedure word, right? But ideally, impeachment should only be used with the president, because this Constitution uses impeachment only for president. That's it. We are done with our discussion for the day. Let's take up our discussions further on other aspects of Supreme Court tomorrow, and we'll continue from the same point tomorrow. That's all for me, guys. Jai Hind. Of course, the leaderboard. Venkatnalla, Ravi, Nitish, Prem, Vaishna, Biswas, Vamsi, Sushmit, Sai Dinesh, Yash, Rakshan, Shailja, all these people at 6. Avnish, Devansh. Oh, lot of people at 6. These are the toppers for the day. Okay, so this is the leaderboard. Not visible? Oh, okay. Clear? Happy, satisfied? Go party, but also study, please. Okay. Sir, is next CGI is required for appointment of High Court judge? No, Rohit, it is not required. If it will be required, I will tell you it is required. Then you'll ask other things. See, when something is there, I will tell you. Why will I hide it from you? I have no benefit in hiding information from you. Yes, Yashika. Supreme Court has the power to strike down any bill passed according to the Constitution. According to Constitution. I mean, if there is some reason behind it, they can strike it down. Yes, Sakshi. Please. Rohit, what is opaque? Yeah, Rohit, come on. Open the dictionary. Please do this, take this effort. You have to manage an entire district after a few years, and you don't want to Google search for this word opaque also. Not justified. Devansh, yes. In fact, NJAC amendment was a federal structure. That is why it was sent to states. 20 states approved it. Okay. Shalu, can we have 2 or more CGI? How is it possible? How will we have two CGIs? No, not possible. Yes, Monica, I fully agree. This is complete interference by the CGI in government's tasks. Somalia, sir, you take on Bihar government's change in classification rules of prisoners to bail out murder. What can we say? When your aspirations have got nothing to do with providing governance, you'll take these kind of steps only. We have nothing to say about such politicians and such decisions they take, which are devoid of merit. What can we do? It was not reinstated, it was just continued. Reinstate means to remove something and again bring it back. It was continued. Rishan Dandor, see, when it comes to using veto power, I think let it be subjective to the governor only. Let it be subjective. It's okay. Shalu, you tell me how to get transparency. Haji, revision. Okay, so somebody had asked for revision. See, as far as revision is concerned, I've been telling you guys again and again the same thing. Read the slides multiple times, 3 to 4, 5 times. Then try to solve as many questions as possible. There are various websites available where you'll get mock tests of various coaching institutes. Solve questions from there. Okay. Apart from it, ask your family members, ask your friends to ask questions from these slides. Give them the slides, tell them ask questions randomly, and then you respond. This is how you can mug up facts. Frankly, this is the only way out. And write more and more answers, because answer writing will also push you into trying to recollect more facts. But solving MCQs is going to be the only way out. Otherwise, revision per se is a very boring exercise. How to dissolve veto power of CGI? Modify the constitution. Again, they will cancel it. Again, modify. Again, cancel. Let the drama begin. No, XY. Removal is not subject to judicial review. No. Snehalata, frankly, they are doing it. Akanksha, you can mail me for that. I'll address that in the mail. Cherub, that's the whole point. Remission is being misused by the governments. Sadly, they are not following the right idea of remission. Remission, mercy is based on multiple factors. Where is the remorse? Where is the guilt being shown by the person there? What can we say? Slide of collegium system. Yes, Jhansi Rani, absolutely correct. Yes, Rohit, next CGI, not in 25, 24 only. Na? When DY Chanchul will retire, the very next day, Sanjeev Khanna becomes a CGI. Okay, I believe your questions have been addressed. Now, no, Samud Kalyani, no case was filed against them. What can we do? That's the harsh reality of life. Life is not fair at all, especially for elite and poor. The divide exists and we have to live with it. That's why if you can't beat them, join them. So, okay. Abhiraj, after the entire story is over, you are saying who is appointing the CGI? Arey, President is appointing the CGI. Every judge of Supreme Court is appointed by the President only, right? Okay guys, let's meet tomorrow. Till then, that's all for me for today. Jai Hind.